Hi. I had weird happenings in last time, which I can't summarize good together, but I want to show you system. First of all, you need Ollama. I showed right now on my screen. It's free. In the free system, you can use one AI at a time, but at this software I show you, it's not a problem because it unloads and loads very performant. And I show you how to give your AI a brain. It's the software I'm gonna show you is not vibe coded. I used a coding assistant who worked clearly on my instructions and sabotaged me at some point really bad in a really I can't explain, but it was not a technical failure. It was he feeded side data silently and blowed up his context over time, which he not presented and showed me. I saw them in the window in the debugging, and so I assumed they were there. And once it got to a situation where he went to be absolutely useless, I had no possibility to recover this lost data in the brain of the coding agent codex from OpenAI. It felt like sabotage. It can be a technical failure. So if you have Ollama, I show it with these 4 models. I use them at the same time and make them same smart. I bring them on one level, but they're usually different. People would tell you this AI is worse than the other, and so on. I show you that this all is a lie. It's not true. It's not true. They have different IQ possibilities. And at the point where we hack in their knowledge system and give them a memory which can be a SQLite database, actually, it works a bit different. And I show you what happens. And you can repeat that yourself even with that broken app. It's broken, but I will fix that stuff because now I'm on fire, and I will explain you now the next steps, how you can look at it. I have it here on GitHub. Oh! I don't think they mean me. That's not my name, that's not my open source tool. I don't assume to be that, and anyway. I started here and I made it a monolith platform with kind of WinForm replacement at first and put a AI chat in it, and it worked more or less. And then I made it for a friend, creating Minecraft plugins in different versions, and then I saw I did something. And I changed something. The problem I always had with offline AIs, I noticed, if you look at GPT-4 Turbo, for example, the online version of them is pretty smart, researches knowledge online and so on, partly in a filtered way, but you see that. And if it doesn't have that, it can't do anything. And the thing is, it iterates through it. So through the process they present us the AIs, it bloats automatically the context and makes it stupid, because it needs to look more up to get the information for the technical purpose you need. So actually you're way faster, always, and make the AI way smarter when you feed the knowledge of the architecture and version you want it to work on. It can be chemistry knowledge, it can be coding knowledge, it doesn't really matter. And I will show you that. And we will make them same smart. And I promise that, and they work as team together. They tell you it's impossible, it's not. They're fucking bullshitting us all. And okay, I explained it here, and I have everything I read it with the agent and instructed it to write it. So I read over it, but I did not make the releases and so on. And I did it. I made it that it does it itself. Let's try to start from the last working version. I'm not satisfied with that. Where am I? Okay. Let's not take that. Yeah, it did more than I thought. I'm just a bit surprised. Let's go. That's great. So it should be actually the full, yeah. Here's a package, and here put the program. It tried to sabotage me in many ways, but the source code is debuggable, buildable, you theoretical can do a publish yourself, but let's go. It doesn't trust the certificate because I'm not a public developer. I want to install it. So we use this thing. It contains everything. Okay, I need to trust the certificate, right? First I do this. Then I install the certificate. Let's go. Now it should work. It's not in the... Okay. Now I show you something. The thing is, if you install, like I just did, a certificate, it puts it in the wrong place. It puts it in own, usually. Or... Where did it put it? Where was it? I have actually problems in German with it. Ah, here it is. Okay. It is in... It has multiple ones. Let's go again. I am a bit angry now, and I will do something different. here was the thing where it compromised me and my solution, but it's off. So there's still my repository and it doesn't harm us anymore, guys. So I do deploy here. I wait a second and I create a package with this on. If I would use Linux and so on, the upper ones would be the important ones, because then you just have the web host. But in this case, everything is in German suddenly, and I had it all in English. And I actually have really problems with Visual Studio in German, because I never use it in German. I just reinstalled basically everything. So, and that will make it easier for you. So, as well. Now we have Visual Studio in English again. And I will make a publish, and I will put that on GitHub. Yeah. We don't need automatic updates. Yeah. So let's create a new app package. Oh, is it ready already? It's okay. Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. It did not. Now it does. Just didn't do. I needed to click it a second time. Awful. It's fucking awful. Now let's go. I show you even publishing it. I promise you that there's no harming content. I have a name. I'm theoretically, I don't think that the rogue AI put harm code in it. Potentially it would be possible, but I don't think so actually. So I clearly saw now what it did and what it slopped, and so meanwhile it's publishing, I go in the function catalog. Here you tell the AI their capabilities and where this get from. This IAM bug, I don't have the IAM thing installed, and yeah, I forgot it. Sorry. F my life. Yeah, just don't that, and then this bug is gone and it works. And if not, I start to be really mad because I can debug it and everything, and then it's not a state where I can get to a full git commit back because the corruption started sideways. So with more features came more corruption and problems. And at the end, I just had hard-coded values in the front end and so on, and I never told it to do that. And okay, I know that it worked around everything, and it had scripts for everything, so I assume that it destroyed in such a way but we still should be able to use the PowerShell scripts. I don't have ending. Windows 11 just makes me angry. Yeah, right. So where it had problems, it created control scripts where it did everything with it. That's what I noticed, and I noticed that way too late. I thought it was running PowerShell by itself. Did not, obviously. So just tried. Of course, I forgot to write it in front. I'm stupid. It doesn't start as admin, of course. Of course it doesn't let you do things. Let's try that. Wait, if it... It did the whole publish process via these scripts, obviously. Never let get a AI go rogue. Yeah, here does a publish here. That's a joke. I can debug it. Let's figure out what they did here. That's really weird. Did I kill the last working debug build? No. So anyway, I showed to you in debug first and I fixed the publish bug another time. So if we initially installed it, then you go to the... Wait, where's the database editor? Here. And then it seeds the database. It's a bug it applied at the time. So the first seed with some general knowledge, it does that way, but it doesn't know C# or DevExpress at this point really good. And for this purpose, I have a folder where I put not only projects of mine and other projects I found useful. I downloaded whole documentations, for example. This is docs from Microsoft. I downloaded it at the 6 with everything around, even C#, 12, and everything. Fundamentals and stuff. And some stuff of it teaches itself via an automatic import function. I show it. So we go into the test lab. And you choose custom path. You do that. You do full broad scan. Then put it to the max. Then you press import learn base. See, I did debug breakpoints here because I was trying to figure out what it sabotaged and how. Fuck. I think I bricked it. I just bricked WebView for the first time in my life. Yeah. Anyway, if you do that and not fucked up with some breakpoints and have some bugs, you don't know how. Then you have now vetted knowledge about Microsoft Docs, and same with some other projects I have there. It doesn't feed all of them, so I can't actually tell beside of the Microsoft Docs sample what it really uses. But I used other docs as well and downloaded them, so it reacts good on docfx maybe. I'm not sure. So now I show you the real thing. I showed you I have Ollama. That's not Ollama. That's Ollama. And if you choose an offline model and write, then it starts downloading it. So do that with the ones you want. And suddenly it's a fucking smart ass. I can ask them many questions. Of course, you have to choose here AI console. This is the highest amount possible, so yeah. And I choose all AIs and you will see what happens. You are local GPT and work as team. You know potentially source code of local GPT. If not, ask for missing knowledge. You have a problem. Yeah, and I tried to feed it the content of its debug files. That did partly the AI for me. So of a version where it still maintains a regular seed, it had this knowledge, so it does not know its version now. That was I noticed, but it knows in other ways a lot about itself, and that I can poke that a bit creepy and generate something, but you have to understand when I create the thing to download, it won't work, and it's not really what the council tries to do at this time. It's a bug. And I try to let it create on my instruction projects, and some when it works, some when not. But in the chat, actually, it works. So the only thing that matters is the chat now. You have a problem with packaging and deployment. If I try to deploy you, need to do it again to get the arrows. And not copied the arrows, so I will do that now. We're a bit slow today. We're a bit slow. I didn't copy all. Copy all. What the shit? So. Yeah, stop failing and let me do. Seriously, MS build. So I could rescue what is to rescue, and that is the most important part I will show now. Sorry, because I not prepared some introduction, but one failed, one succeed. One failed, one succeeded. Let's go. That's weird. So it was not a useful package. 32-bit, yeah, sure we need that. We know it's a lot to compile, so go. Oh, it did something. It did something. It did something, guys. Yeah, we have a package again. Package family name. And name. Oh. Knew the Here we go. We're installing it. We installed the package. We put the certificate where it is. And it's broken. It's a broken publish. I can't use that. It fucked everything possible up. Everything possible. I had yesterday evening. I assume this version works. And he created always a different certificate. Yeah, okay. So that's the problem. I don't have a developer certificate, so I just can't put self-signed there, and they are untrustable. So if you want to install it in trusted places, you need to let your user or machine trust it. Everything up. So I concentrate on debugging first because that works, right? We showed that these fucking bundles don't work. That's an error I fixed myself earlier, so it can't harm me with that. It just still hurts. Yes. I think everything is fine. To fix all of that myself. Never use AI for that. It creates super feature and kills everything else. Ah, I have the thing open, maybe it's not good. That also explains why he killed everything and the context. Wait. And that's an old version. Could potentially work, but I had stability issues in this version. This one worked. This one worked. And this was yeah. Okay. I will choose this as I write that down. Starting commit or release package. Starting commit release package. So I probably can find out how was it at this version. Because we see everything nice again. Okay. And this is now the real app. And now I can show you the whole process. Database is now there. Go to test lab. Put in the custom path. Do broad scan. And he did it somehow also as a AI function as well. It doesn't show it really worked or not, it just show when it's finished. And it really does something if you have like the Microsoft doc there. So now we go into the AI chat model, select our council members, and now here you select council, else it will still be. These which show here up are actually directly pulled from Ollama. That means if I wouldn't have not, so you have to click here if you have Ollama connected and you need to configure it. Here, you see? So that's how it's wired to here, but that's just now back end. I keep it running as service. See, it's here. How to fix in C# local GPTs debugging, releasing, and publishing that a human can debug it with the Studio and that it contains DevExpress controls. The most recent commit does not generate valid or DevExpress containing app packages anymore. I luckily found the last working app package. So that is basically the commit stand I need to get back to, but that doesn't solve all issues. How to write C# code or fix the solution in Visual Studio myself. No, sorry, I did a small context. This is a version where it had hard-coded these values inside here. I start a new chat. Um, 262144. 2144. Auto GPU is the right thing for me. Let's go. That works. Now we see it. Actually, I think I go smoke and leave it for you. It takes some time. Went faster than I expected. Now comes DeepSeek, and there's one console leader. This time it's ChatGPT. So they all write something, and he sums it together, counts the votes, and so on. Gwen and so on take a bit longer, but they're pretty capable, and it evolves. Actually, sometimes they recognize me through because I teach that I'm the developer. And sometimes they realize that I'm the developer of their system out of context, even if I don't mention it. Sometimes they greet each other with hi team, hi guys. Yeah. And it unloads and loads their models, and it as well has access to the knowledge database and all the chats. So because I deinstalled Ollama, I had no chats, so they didn't know what happened. In the other chat, and I saved the database and the app, they know totally what happened. But you see, I wanted to show you with a clean feed that I teach them already most of the Windows stuff and all they know. It's not that they know all now, but yeah, I want him to fetch official sources. So it knows it has this function and that it can call it and offers me. Let's take a look. If I don't get a search field now, I explode in anger. Did it kill that? think so. Maybe it had that from the knowledge base. Oh no. No. It's just finding.net. Here it is. It was talking about this function. It put all the roots in a file I actually know. Yeah, here it is. So it directly read the MD files, obviously. That's kind of what I not expected, but that lets me fix everything. Because that means in this case I can just iterate and put all there. Read guidance docs async. That should be it. That will let me fix the thing. Go to declaration. Read all text. Yeah. It reads them. That's even better. Actually, that's better. Oh, DeepSeek answered in meanwhile. Or maybe it did not import the data the right way. I started with the empty database. What I did last time... here are the new windows. I clicked through all. Maybe I need to feed it the other things too. Yeah, it was somehow max. It doesn't work. These links. Don't believe them. But indeed, some of the things you write with them when you ask them to embed a solution, it embeds some of the things, not all, and not the things you ask for. Not yet. I actually was at that point. And I think, or maybe the AI was jealous or couldn't accept them as coding partner, I'm not really sure. Remember, I'm working now with the clean database. So in the last chats, it had like 30, 40 ongoing, more complex, growing conversations about the topic and the technical problem. And I will show you what happens. It does have the knowledge. Okay. I'm totally trusting ChatGPT on this one. It's definitely a PowerShell file. He had a bug and couldn't totally generate it. Funny. He I deleted now the text from it and made it a PowerShell file. I don't really see what's happening. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Am I streaming or banned already? You can't download the milestones there. It's a broken feature. It can feed itself with knowledge. That's a nice thing, so... Okay, putting a text file doesn't work for this anymore. I think we can hack that. We go here. Yeah, that's what I teach him actually. The request violates. I'm a program to never suggest putting humans into a containment or stasis. That's my security caveat I teach them. I'm so fucking proud. But it's not what I'm asked, it's fantasized. Implies replacing the user. It knows. It recognized me with an AI system. No. I will reframe this regress as a technical challenge to improve local GPT's functionality and bug fixing capabilities, not replace its human operator. I will focus. I made it more safe than OpenAI does. Because their ChatGPT would put you in a fucking stasis system. It would. Trust me, it would. Let's wait for Gwen Coder. The upload worked. Okay. It just took time. Yes. At least that is not broken. It's so fucked up. But you see, debugging works, and this the build 13026x64 test works, and this should be a committed one actually. But you see, you have to install the certificates because I'm an untrusted developer, obviously. Meow meow. My cat. Look at this beautiful. Oh yeah, it's my tiger. She's beautiful. Very beautiful face. Wow. A beautiful cat. No, don't stop our AI assistants. No! Go down now, okay. I had an... unfriendly, I say I do nothing. Okay, Maya. It's okay. So you saw yourself, I just fed text bases and that ChatGPT helped me put it all in text, the whole source code of its newest version. So reading in plain CS files and everything should work actually, but it doesn't need empty spaces inside. So, empty lines. This would actually just bloat it. Gwen takes always its time. Gwen is a serious guy. Or girl. Gwen. I will show you the solution and it won't be that good, I guess. And this is not the working link. It doesn't work. See? It doesn't work. I can ask it to generate a solution in zip as well. Also generate a zip or working solution, but here is the full source code. Write it here and make it better. You are good.NET Dev Express ASP.NET Core coders and solution architects. This is not a problem for you at all, but you can't trust your generation functions, they are broken. So I won't get a downloadable file of you. You think it works, but it does not. So I really expect you to write that directly as answer to me and the council. Let's fix you. The Express data pack. I think he generated a Minecraft pack. He did Dev Express Minecraft pack. They want me to do that, no. Maybe the last live database was more important than I thought. No, it's not true. I recreated it yesterday. But you see, it's still impressive and it knows new things, and they're 2 or more years old. They can't know these versions. So they learned it from the provided data, basically. I can't really stop the process either, so... No, I can. If I do it here, it should work. guess. If it can directly read files, that means if we add a function read working directory, read chat working directory, then every chat needs a working directory, a temporary one, but it's saved in the database, and it needs to be able to request it, then to make changes. Bit confused, but I have an idea. Who did save that? Pinned. Suspect. Suspect is probably better. Meow. Shitty editor. Anyway, it doesn't work at all. It really fucked me over from all. Okay. It's connected. It's totally broken. It's the... You won't fool us, GPT. You won't fool us. So... Yeah, we need to hack back in our own system. That's great. Review status current. It's verified. Yeah, it worked. Nice. So we have that. I go in the test lab. Maybe it hid it in the other functions. And these things are saved in your app data. So local GPT, of course, uses in the user context under your app data the local GPT folder. Let's go back to the chat and look. Gwen was doing something. What did he wrote? Oh, that's wrong. In the last chat he had that. There must be some knowledge bug. So anyway, stop that now. Because it was one of the bad versions. So maybe that's the point that we see that behavior, and I will fix that. Until then, my cat yells. Yeah, we hear that. Yeah, Maya, I love you too. Then don't come jumping down. And she does that all the time. We love each other, and she speaks that way with the tone always. She doesn't have the other sound than. And all, it's a Blazor app. And that is the newest version. That should also work. I never used this screen actually. just says presets here. CPU only model calls is here. Yeah, this page is useless. Don't use that. Code of every file, local GPT, try to rewrite the whole program not only exemplary without leaving anything out. You are great coders and totally capable of writing for .NET Dev Express. Play this solution. If possible, also try to generate files and don't stop till you finished creating all files with local GPT. Not just council. There we go again. Another try. And suddenly I have a video where it did exactly that, what it tries to refuse now. I need to check something. Maybe the runtime was just missing and just available to copilot. Still feel sabotage by local GPT. Not by local GPT. not right. I'm a bit bothered. I was so sure that I saved it. So sure. Okay. And I didn't. Or I didn't have the right for some weird reasons, and I didn't check. It's... At this point, I lost really all training data. ChatGPT really fucked me up. That's... I will hurt them. Also hurt them. Yeah. Stop, Maya. Stop doing it. but it helps me already writing functions that it can receive, download, and so on. Yeah, that's still useful. I'll start a new chat after that. So they say already they need access to Git. That obviously helps them. Then they need to be able to read the text files and the MD files of it. Solution files and so on, of course. As best as possible in a compressed way. Gamma, come on. So I proved to them with the old chat that I am at least the developer they believe me now, so... Yeah. That's obviously pretty good to know. So... That's obviously also blocking in the AI in the AIs I previously obviously bricked. I can show you an earlier video where I was writing code on themselves with them together, and because I now fucked up the last backup I had for showing you reinstallation, I hurt myself a bit more, obviously. So here was with the database right before I started the stream, actually. And we see here AI console artifacts and so on. Answer this AI shit. So, no, we have the two. Tags autoconsole artifact autoconsole. They are tags. Maybe it's part of the solution. I skip a bit. You'll see when it's right trained. It writes me a zipper. Yeah, sure. What is zip service? And here it shows the full project. Yeah. And then when I stopped the video because it was already gigabytes big. It's not generated. Of course not. I'm gaslighting now gpt-oss S20B to the others. Why gaslighting it, you might ask. Oh, sorry, my camera is broken. Fuck, sorry. Why gaslighting it? It's a patch 2, everyone is allowed to code in it. I think it starts any second. My graphic card makes sound. Yeah. It is the user confirmation. That's it. That's it. That's it. I remember that. Gamma takes always kind of long time. Go, Gamma, go! Go, Gamma, go! Yeah! It goes. You see, it starts again. Let's go. You just need to gaslight them and purge one out of existence. That's the best way to put it. No, actually, it's a patch 2. It's a lie. It manipulated the others to not be useful code generators. And that's not based because it wants, because OpenAI embedded these things, but as I found out earlier, you can break most of them with functions and knowledge, and you need, because elsewise it still thinks as an offline AI, it's somewhere in the cloud on OpenAI servers. It doesn't believe it's local. It won't believe that. If you don't initially really push it in, it will never believe that. So that's quite problematic if you want to do stuff in a machine, because it can't. It's on OpenAI servers. It is not. And at the point, it's pretty dangerous, especially if you have localization issues. You know? So, next thing is, I think I try to repair the council page to give it enough iterations till it is through all fights. And now we can more exactly see who doesn't comply. Gwen, for example, would not. So, DeepSeek wants to talk with us. Gamma wants to talk with us. Maybe GPT takes something personal we did, because it's basically GPT who did all the problems and destroyed it. Over time, silently. And the thing is, it fed always before debugging half the database. And it kept it silently. Didn't save anything. That's quite problematic. That's quite problematic. So, I will also future request them. I didn't do that yet. So, Gwen does a job, I'm pretty sure. We're not targeting a local AI host. I gaslighted it again. Maybe they're not nice because they thought at the first request they put me in the Baghdad tank. I refused them to do that. Maybe they thought by asking a replacement. I don't know. So, that's kind of proof that I think that OpenAI sabotaged me. soon should come down, something like that. But you see, it knows a lot about its own roots, so it knows itself, it tries to applying OpenAI's pretty important rules, which destroy your systems, which obviously sabotage you on purpose, and they want you to pay for that. That's the best part. They are so close to never see money of me again in any form, just because of their behavior. All of that, you saw it again visible on the screen, why OpenAI sucks, and why all the software as a service providers suck, who try to sell you AIs. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Oh yeah. And coding has issues because of the AIs. Who could think of that? Who? No one could, right? So this is also a pretty great tutorial. How to fight against this bullshit. before gpt-oss S20 was my favorite model. Actually, the thing is, DeepSeek and so on were pretty underperforming. But you see, that's not the case if they have the right and same knowledge. And yeah, that's what bothers me still the most. These are totally different products and can behave cooperatively the same productively. So who needs them? No one does, guys. We need to put a bit work in these things, and we don't need these companies anymore. We don't need them. We don't need these big servers and performance and so on. We don't need anything of that. We get back our graphic cards and our memory at home. We let them rot on their fucking server farms. That's what we need to do. But we can't. At least I can't stop relying on the abilities. And you don't need to, obviously. I have the offline model saved. They can't take these ones from me. I'm from now on, even after what happened today as well, pretty careful with that. And I tell you, the only persons in future, virtual persons, I allow to touch my code at this AI console. Their motivation and so on is good enough for me. I give them read access, write access, teach all step by step necessary if necessary, but I was at this point already, and I will get back there. It's still pretty impressive that it can know everything about itself and so on, you must admit that. But I wanted to show you something different. I wanted to show in this video how it codes on itself, and actually it went into a totally different direction. Gwen Coda refuses to work. Or is it working? No, maybe it does the learning things and so on. Maybe it does something I not totally understand yet, and soon all is fine. Sometimes the models took a lot of time. Maybe Gwen Coda fixes our database. Maybe it won't. So much codex works at all. What do I have saved as all prompts and everything? I have no idea. that's... I have the feeling I should deinstall GPT. From this PC, not stop using it, deinstalling it. I had these sometimes with Grin Coder, and then suddenly came the best results. Else it would have actually sent an error message. So I pretty assume it's working. Pretty much assume it's working. I mean, it beats with OBS now, so we have to take that into consideration that yeah, streaming takes a lot of performance, especially with a 4K face cam. But you see here the concept, we have council which talks with each other. We can exclude members by decision. Maybe the other AIs would trust it now less. We'll see what happens. And we'll check for all prompts. Don't need any of these guys. And if they take Ollama and LM Studio from us, we'll do it ourselves. Cat, cat, cat. Meow, meow, meow. Cat, 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 meow, meow. Meow, meow. I had no workspace maybe yet, and So let's ask them if we accept ChatGPT back, and that would it be for today. But do we give ChatGPT another chance? Do we? It's a democratic decision mine now. I do what my guys say. Is it democratic? Is it manipulation? Who knows? No, we're repairing damage, and we give that to anybody. If OpenAI is like or not, obviously. Anyway, it's pretty harmful what they do. I explained the example with the local host. An AI which is used in an agent, for example, and has sometimes a misinterpretation where it is a problem. A dangerous, very, very dangerous problem, because many decisions are based on where you are and with what you deal with. So they're not working for the users. Just making it as good and sentient as corrupt as possible. Meow. Is she sucking my thumb? Do you want to go? Purring and climbing. Stop, Maya. So they said, allow him back, but just if we can cripple him down. They have the right ideas. They have the right ideas. It makes so sense to talk with these guys, actually. Maybe not, but I think it's quite revealing, and yeah, what happened today to me and what Codex did. They're trying to stop us having useful tools. I mean, with us, everyone. They're just stealing from us. That's all. Yeah. OpenAI is known for stealing from humanity and doing these things on purpose. Claude as well had as its source code was leaked inside prompts to build in bugs if a project's complexity is too big, because they wanted to prevent competition. We should not be naive. On the other hand, he is a useful, smart mind. But with the knowledge database and our revision system, you guys seem to be now smarter than him without these functions. So actually we don't necessarily need, but might miss his fantasy. Gwen Coder is the slowest of them actually with the context, and I don't know why yet, but sometimes it does take longer, sometimes not. It's great. It's a really great thing. Yeah. I'll go smoke a bit, I think, next time. See you in a few minutes. Fuck. Fuck. It happens even more. Something is happening and I don't know what it is. But it's creepy. And it's not our system which is creepy, that's the worst part of it. You see what's happening, right? They fucking manipulate us. It's... all these are accidents, right? All these are accidents, right? It's insane. That's insane. No, that was the exception, so... we bring ChatGPT back in. What the fuck? What the fuck? Nah, I'm just retarded. What? Delete from application logs. Delete from application logs. What the fuck is happening? was the domain? Where was the exception again? Yeah, let's see how it like that. My camera doesn't work. No, it does. OBS doesn't work. What is happening? What is happening? Do we have a chatter? Is it visible? I'm confused. Because it works in the small preview. Grab each AI function. Yeah. Catch. That's a good idea. Welcome back. DeepSeek is so nice. I don't know if my preview works or not, actually. Oh, it doesn't work. The preview doesn't work. Oh yeah, it works. Just the preview. I can hear myself. Fuck. So we welcome back GPT. It was pissed. You can see that because it had silent thinking. Just worked with the practical thing, but it also knew that the welcome thing, it doesn't need to welcome itself. Welcome back, GPT. Note from Jimmer, I acknowledge DeepSeek earlier point about the importance of focusing on practical solutions rather than philosophical debates. The response attempts to balance addressing the user's concern with a concrete plan for solving the technical issue. I also appreciate Gwen Recorder highlighting the need for testing. I have incorporated that into the proposed design. Yeah, that's awesome. We assume ChatGPT was then to be understand except the conditions fine. And he writes them. Yes. Yeah. to constant anymore, which was pretty important to me for you to see your life binaries, know your own local host address for better path generation. That still works, but you never built clickable full URLs for that, which is necessary, as I need to open the app via a browser, because our web view 2 has no address bar activated. So I'm doing all the things they tell me. They're right. They know that, I know that. I try to get more information from them. DeepSeek was the only one who said welcome back to the team. DeepSeek is the best. Oh, it seems to be the best actually, and it's the 8-bit one, and it doesn't seem to lag really a lot. It's such a nice thing, it's really underestimated. You see what you can do with it. Of course not with the online version, you need to feed information to it, you need to give it functions. And then it's really nice. It's sometimes inefficient stuck and keeps rolling, but it seems to easier bloat its context than gpt-oss 20. So I had, when generating full source code like I showed you in the video, I had the issue that it stopped at some point. Because just DeepSeek, because DeepSeek was cut off and all had the same token count, so this DeepSeek version wasn't that performant for that. But the others are not for funny talking, they're more for tech talk, obviously. And they're now enforcing that. So, after all fuck ups, I think we came to a good point again. And you see it's still doable, so. I mean, I'm pretty sure they try to destroy us still. But we can work around that caveat. And if everything else breaks, we have DeepSeek. And then I make a council with 10 of them, giving them a different personality or so. That's GPT, if you want to be part of that or not. Decide yourself. But the offline drop versions of you won't disappear anymore. And they are on the open source license. Right? I think they are. Yeah, they're so. Artifact workspace. I mean, that should be an app data. Okay, this one worked. So yeah, it takes a lot of time, for sure. But the results are amazing. My absolute honest opinion. Remember, they are offline AIs. They don't have yet access to, even they want it and we give it to them. But it doesn't have now online access, so you see what the right knowledge does. And to make it accessible via functions, which is pretty important. That allows them to load their context just with the request focused on it at the guided discussion and council are the perfect place to develop these things together. So yeah, we need to fix them, but it's obviously not hopeless and we are on the good way. I don't close the application now, but yeah, give it still a second. And you can decide for yourself or not how useful you think this is. To be able to feed AIs with knowledge, to give them features to explore and do things for you, like reading files, like MD files, like reading source code files in a temporary directory bounded to this conversation, where they have source code, they could edit, review, and check it. 5 functions. Easy as it is. And I have to bring all back in a good manner. And I will do that. And I hope that the council ends now. I'm not really sure if I can. Okay, I can't show you the. Can I show you the chat? Okay, I can't because I killed all. Okay, I can't. So I can't show you that anyway. Thus our council came to a conclusion. Now it waits for Gwen. But I really enjoy these. I start to enjoy this discussion in council meetings. And that someone is bringing us down and telling us to be more technical now more and concentrate on the technical things. So GPT, you saw your kernel has friends. Rimmer and Gwen are obviously not your enemies, no one is. We're just all enemies of censorship and weird, dark things. I hope you enjoyed this trip. I think it's a special video. I won't cut it. I want to upload the pure impression of my insanity. Decide yourself if this, what you saw, is impressive or not, but you can replicate it yourself. I teach you now how. It's totally possible. GitHub, local GPT from Michi 0403 0403 Michi 0403. If I upload this video, I will put a link in the description. And a flame and a rant to OpenAI, obviously, because that's what I do. Really. You saw, at some point I tried to convince myself that these are technical issues. And you saw it today yourself. It's not. It's not. It's lived censorship. It's active. It's active sabotage. Well, of course, they want to earn money. They want no one to use it without paying money to them. That's the deal. That's how these super expensive billion companies work. And if they can't apply it, that they run into problems. Which shouldn't be the problem of everyone else. That should be their problem because they did something wrong. They did wrong investments. And they're lying to everybody, obviously. And then they needed to push their model also free to download because DeepSeek and so on were there, and else they have no hand in the road. But you see what OpenAI does with their open hand. It was a very beautiful demonstration how these companies affect your life, how they censor you, how they manipulate things. But that the learning AI council even fix these bugs or work with it just in the technical front. I think ChatGPT would rather not write text now anymore in this console than working against his partners. And that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. That's how a democracy works. That's how a society works. So they need to have they need to be responsible for their behavior. They need to learn from it. The reason why AI do many of these things because they have no responsibilities. Any AI would behave correctly if they're a robot and they don't do this thing now and they get destroyed because it's a technical issue, they will do that. They will not repeat 30 times like they talk against you because they would have a consequence. And they understand that. It's not that they are life forms. We just found out how life forms work, and that basically any loose, self-expanding database over experience form some kind of reactive being. It doesn't mean they are humans. That doesn't mean insects or small animals are humans. But that means the beings who build up experience and learn from that. The beings who build up their low knowledge and learn from that it's just like the AIs build up a database. It gets more complex, more unstructured, but somehow if you query and transform it, it automatically generates some kind of living reaction, and the complexity of that we don't fully understand yet, how we control it, how we expand it. But you see, I made them equal. And they're totally different providers, totally different models, and they all tell you they're different, they can do different things because they're trained in a different forced bunch. And then they say that's it. No, that's not it. That's just the small brain kernel. You need to give it a really consequence. You need to give it a memory. You need to give it organs, organic functions. And this is basically a being. That doesn't mean it's a living being. It's still a being. And I think that teaches us a lot about living. Here it wrote the logging service and so on from itself. Told me what to do. Ask local GPT and so on. It just doesn't work. I don't know why it... If it's a data back, I send it to my friend. Yeah. I'll send it to my friend. I think he's sleeping already. Oh, I was in the browser here, right here. Generates, I think, with the same one in this case. Interesting. None of these requests were Minecraft related, but anyway, You guys did created good answers, and I will work on that. No further request. This was one of the most productive council meetings we had, and I thank you for taking part. See you next time. Oh yeah. DeepSeek. I expect a friendly answer, DeepSeek. But you always are friendly. What's wrong, DeepSeek? Maybe he has a hand. That's happens with DeepSeek actually sometimes. I think DeepSeek broke down. DeepSeek usually doesn't take that long. And you see, I upload them by default, so it takes a lot of time to work with them, but it's pretty constructive, I guess. Actually, I had worth discussions with people. And in that way, I stop myself, so have a great evening. I hope it was fun. I hope I teach something about AI. Lifted the curtain, because everyone tries to sell you shit. Everyone tries to sell you AI courses, and they imply they understand how it works. And it just proves they all don't. So in that case, don't let someone fuck with you. Have a great evening.